Okay, that should all be live again. Notifications out, music's on. So, welcome everyone. It's a new week, it's Wednesday again. And here we have our finished high poly of the Hyena Bard character. Which means that we're ready to take it to the next step. For this character, that would mean that we're going to be making a low poly character. Hang on, let me check the volume of that. Should be good. Okay. So, for people who may not be familiar with the pipeline that a game ready character goes to, is that currently we have this character and it is called a high poly. We have all of these individual subtools in our outliner, and if we look at the top right here, we can see that we're around 60 million polygons. Which, if you want to put that into a video game, is way too much. A computer or console will not be able to run this properly. You'll start lagging. And this is just one character, like not even an environment in lighting with textures and like multiple characters on screen. So we need to find a way to optimize it. So what you do in that case is you create what's called a low poly, which is where you will recreate it with like you create a second version of it, which has far fewer polygons. These days, anywhere, well, depending on the game. If you go like really low poly, your low poly can be a couple of hundred polygons. And there are now games such as like high-end graphical products such as Final Fantasy 16, where the main character can have still over several 100,000 polygons. But they're really aiming for cinematic levels. I'm not quite sure what I want to give this character as a poly count. As a test, I'd like to get it below 70,000. Because I feel like that might be like a nice goal. Right. So we need to we need to recreate a low poly, to which we can then bake our high poly information, like all of this sculpted detail, all of these cloth folds, the sculpted detail of the abs, the shirt, like all of that detail then gets transferred to the low poly through means of normal maps and other utility maps that will then make the low poly look like it's the high poly, though it'll be far more optimized for our like for a video game. Okay, so we will be doing that in Maya. So it could be done in Blender, it could be done in Maya, it could be done in like 3ds Max or any other retopologizing program. I think last week we talked about a software that runs on the tablet, so you can just do it from the comfort of your couch. But I'm trained in Maya, so that's what we'll be doing. Now, I need to make some preparations to this model. For example, this character has fingers that are thin enough so that, for example, between the fingers, you're not going to get any accidental polygon information from one finger to another. However, if we look at the feet, these beans are pressed together. So if we wanted to animate them and they splay, then we're going to be able to see what's in between these toes. However, if we were to retopologize them like this, we're going to see scrambled information in between them, because how you bake information from your high poly to your low poly is via ray casting. So from your low poly, you shoot out a ray outwards or inwards from the geometry, and then when it hits the high poly is going to save that pixel information. What we have here in between the toes is if for example, let's grab the middle toe. If we were to send a ray out like this, it is immediately going to clip into the other toe. So what we'll be doing is we're going to split them so that we have room in between, and then the rays can fire properly and not have not have an improper baking issue. I think for the rest, this model is relatively, like, I don't see any other areas that might have this issue. Because again, the fingers are far apart. Same for the crotch. Like, there's enough space in between where the rays can fire. This element here also, I think, has enough space in between. Otherwise, we'll fix that when we get there. So for now, let's do a little fix. Again, this is why we set up polygroups. We mask it out. We set our gizmo in the middle of it. And then we also want to make sure that we, like, there are some elements on it that need to be transposed with it. Excuse me. Slide notification. Oh, that can wait. Okay. So if we're gonna splay the toes, we also need to move the nails and the bean. So let me see if I can. Yeah, these also have polygroups, so we're gonna mask them out. Now, if I were to move it like this, so these. If I were to move them now, they should all move. Yes. So it doesn't. Let me triple check if I don't accidentally move anything else. No, okay. So again, it doesn't need to be much. Let me up one subdivision. I want to make sure I don't deform it too much. But it just needs to, just far enough where now in between we can fire rays. Okay. Hey Norin, welcome on in. Okay. And now we are going to do the same. Hello, welcome on in. Okay. Now we do the same for this toe. Same for the beans. For that. And same for the nails. Okay. Oh. That is not what I wanted to click. I'm not quite sure what that does. Lock, unlock. Still it works, so you'll be looking. That's fine. And then if we were to this one here, let me up. Okay. Okay. So now I'll fix up the in-between of the toe bean. These are just the toes, not the beans. Just gently fix them. Okay. Another split. So now we have room in between the toes for the ray casting. And again, this is only for the baking. Later on, when we get to like later on, we can always move him back to neutral. So this is the same principle as the mouth. If this mouth would be closed, then information from the upper lip could get projected onto the lower lip, and that is not what we want. So that's also why we're baking it with the mouth open. And then later on, when we're ready for things such as texturing or rigging or presentation, we'll just close up the mouth again and we'll move the toes back into neutral. I just realized I probably should have done this on the layer, because then you can easily move it back and through. So yeah, this was not even 5 minutes of work. Let's do it properly. So I'll move it back. Same for these. Move them back. And then same for these. Move them back. Because again, we want to do things properly. I have to do this at the highest subdivision level. So toes play normal bake. Just call it toast play. Same for these. Toast play. Okay, one more time from the top. Mask out the ones we want. Put the pivot proper. And then move them outwards. Actually, I think we can snap it, so 25. That'd be like a nice number. Maybe just 20. Okay. Move it up 20. Okay. Get rid of this. It's a little bit of like geometry intersecting. We don't want that. Now it's on the layer. If we turn off the layer or turn it on and off, now it'll actually snap back to its neutral. Now we don't need to manually nudge it back in. Okay. So What is up next? We need to move this high poly to Maya. Now, ZBrush is optimized where it can handle millions of polygons without a hitch. Maya not so much. So we are going to have to we're gonna have to find a way to reduce this high poly into a temporary proxy mesh that we can kick over to Maya and then work on top of that. The way how we're going to do that is through decimation. It is a plugin here on the top right. Let me get rid of the reference for a split second. So here in the top right under plugins it said Decimation Master, where we can process our model, which stores it in memory, and then we can tell it decimate it to X amount of polygons that we are going to use as a proxy mesh to then work on in Maya. So for example, this model is 5.8 million. If we are going to process it and then say, hey, make this into 200,000 polygons, it'll do that without a hitch. Sir Antagonism, welcome on in. So, I tend to be a bit wary of this because you are messing with your high poly, so I prefer to work on a duplicate or like on an incremental save file, so I don't accidentally decimate my high poly and then lose the original. Like it is a bit systematic. So goodbye bot. I'm gonna make an incremental save, and if you ever end up making your own low poly on this step, I always urge people to make an incremental save. So let's just call it Hyena Bard. We're on version 19, and then just call it decimation file. Takes a split second to save. Alright. So what do we want? We want this model. I'll copy it into a new subtool. So I would like this one, copy, because we'll be working on the body first. Paste. We don't need this star. Okay. And then I would like to have things such as the nails. If you have dynamic layers or dynamic subdivisions, now would be the time to apply them. So let's see, our crease level should be level 3. Level 2, we hit apply. Copy this over to our decimation file. Paste. Now, there are faster ways of doing this. Again, if this was in a production environment, I would probably try to do this faster. But for the purpose of like making this into a more of a presentation type of demo, I will be going over it and talking a lot. Again, apply. Copy, paste. These, copy, paste. Now I have to make a decision on what I want there to be on the base model. So for example, part of these van braces, in a low poly you always have to ask what is relevant. So for this character, they're never going to take their bracers off. There's no character customization. So all of this, like, I did not put any effort into polishing the lower arm because I knew that this piece of armor was going to be on top. So the arm that's underneath here is never going to be used. So we will be using these vamp braces minus the skull, like this thing. Let's see, where's that skull? No, there it is. So this one's not necessary. This is where we get to things like this. We don't need it. So this one should probably actually just be niced in like this. I don't need the fur tufts. And then, yeah, this is what I would like. Or rather, these elements I would like in. Hair is gonna be its own, back in the hair. Here, trying to talk and do this systematic stuff at the same time is a bit rough. So we will need these fur tufts. I don't need the mask for now. Eyes are going to be separate. Mouth interior is going to be separate. Okay, I'll do it like this, more systematic, because I'm not quite sure if I can duplicate this entire group in one go. Okay, so these dots is not. Nope. Hand strap, yes, these I do need. So we'll copy them over. These clasps. These clasps are gonna be retopologized separately because these are like, they already have pretty good topology, so maybe we don't even need to adjust these a lot. Maybe reduce them in terms of, there are a few edges in here that are more for like subdivision smoothing. We need this one, copy, paste. These. So all of these are, all of this is information that I would like in my like body, the body low poly. So they should all be surface information that we all create into one piece, one continuous piece. Okay, for the shirt, we definitely want the shirt itself. So this is why it's important to have everything actually sit on top of each other. Because now we're gonna... It's small little intersections like this that will end up being quite visible in the baking later on. We'll just grab a slide inflate brush, move it up. Delete this one, paste it. Okay, that's better. So as for the chest straps, they will not be put into the base model, the body mesh. these are going to be separate on top. Do I want to add this into the base mesh? Uncertain? Maybe. Because this sits pretty tight on the body. I think I will put it in. Because if we were to have the body underneath it, like have this shoulder and then this sleeve on top of it, we're gonna have quite a few polygons that are sitting quite close to each other, and you're no doubt going to get clipping. I'm gonna move this in a little bit. Okay. So I'm uncertain about it, but we'll put it in for now. It will be easy to take out afterwards if it's like, oh yeah, this was a mistake. The belt itself I'm also uncertain of. So this needs to match in a little bit. We don't want this to be clipping. Probably want to have this Vertov be up a little bit more. Especially because of this element here. Because technically it sits on top of the hips, but it's also tight enough where I think it should be part of the body itself. So let's try it. Copy, paste. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this, like this triangular shape. For the pants, absolutely need these. Paste. I think I'm gonna leave this shredded part out for now. This one we're absolutely grabbing along. Now we're gonna need these parts. Again, same story for the bandages. They're tight around the body, so we're gonna bring these along. Let's see. Paste. This is part of the shin guard. We should probably should have constructed this one a little bit better, because in here it hangs absolutely loose, so we'll just bring this one in a bit more. this. And again, like the odds of someone actually going to see that is small. But it has to be in there. So copy. With these. Paste. We don't want these metal parts to be in there. The straps. Uncertain. We do want the lower feet bandages. Actually, no, we do need these. So copy. Paste. Things like the studs. And especially also here, these little diamond studs. I'll leave them out for now. Those are like small details that we can add later. For the face, we do need that chin scruff. Paste. And yeah, let's grab the cheek fluff as well. And the ear fluff. Okay, just making sure that there's no places that has like the dynamic anymore, because we need real geometry now. No more simulated, so this is a sub D. We hit apply. Mesh has layers. Alright, cool. This is for baking, so we don't care about this layer. Okay. Does this look? I'll leave these things out for now, like the fur tufts and this little triangular element. I think if we start with this, to turn this into a low poly, we can already like answer a lot of questions. So for this one, oh, we're in add jail. We should not forget about the pockets. Okay. Okay. So let's say that this is what we want. This is what we want to start with for our retopology. Then, if I were to export it as is, I know in Maya's retopologizing tools are projection based. So you turn it into a live surface, you draw a vertex on it, and Maya is going to try its best to snap that vertex to whatever surface point it can hit. Now, however, if we were to, for example, grab this vambrace again, we have geometry of the straps, the vambrace itself, and the body underneath. So that's 3 surfaces that sit on top of each other. If you were to fire a ray from this one for Maya's retopologizing surface, it could grab a surface from the arm, from the vambrace, or the strap itself. So from experience, I know that this is very annoying. So I'm going to I am going to merge all of these together, and I'm going to dynamesh them together so they are one continuous surface. Because I'm seeing a few issues, or rather anticipating a few issues. For now, I'll remove the cheek fluff, or the ear fluff, and keep these in. So with this, I'm gonna say, again, save an incremental. Okay. So this is 21 million. If we are going to merge visible, we have a new subtool that is just this one. And this is something that I would like to start retopologizing. So we have all the elements that we want as starters. I'll I'll tell ZBrush to first dynamesh it all together. Like currently we have all of this geometry that sits on top of each other, and this is going to give issues in Maya. So I'm gonna tell it to get rid of it all. I want you to dynamesh it all into one big thing. Also, let me know how the volume is. I have a feeling it's a bit loud today. But that could be my headset. Okay. So on Dynamesh, I'm gonna set this to, what would it be? Let's try 2K. So it reduced it to 2 million. Over here I lost a lot of detail, a bit too much. But if we were to look at the hand now, on the inside there is barely any, or there basically is no aberrant geometry anymore. I think 2K is a bit too low. So let's go all the way, let's go 4K. I hope the stream doesn't lag too much from this. Okay, so this is now one massive object. Like there's nothing on the inside. Over here as well. Okay, still a little bit on the shoulder. This is manageable. Okay. So now I'm gonna say, okay, this is 4 million. That's a bit rough. If we look at our topology, we don't need it to be this dense for retopology, because again, we're just making a proxy mesh. So we go to Z plugin, go to decimation master, and we say pre-compute current. We don't need to do any of these options. I just want the geometry. So I'm not sure how intense this calculation is going to be on my system, and how, like, let me know if the stream is buffering too much when I ask to calculate this. It says up here, analyzing mesh. So now it's committing the geometry to memory. Reordering. Almost done. Okay, so 40 seconds. That's pretty good. So now it's in memory. If we were to enable wireframe, let me turn off color. So this is its current topology. It's just all dynamics together. Now we can say, hey, decimate it to 20% of 4.5 million. We say decimate current. So now what it does, it looks at the surface information of whatever is committed to memory and is going to try its best to keep that silhouette. So on larger planar areas such as this pectoral, it has fewer polygons, but then in crevices such as the shirt's edge, it adds a lot more polygons, so it keeps that shape. So especially here, you keep your silhouette. However, now we're only on 890,000 active points. So if I were to say, hey, give me 200k polygons, well, it just, oh, come on, 200k. From a distance, this still looks good. I'm not losing out on silhouette info. And this model is now 200. It's 99,996 active points, which equates to 200,000 polygons. This is what it currently looks like. Loading something like this into Maya is going to be a lot more performant. Because again, you do not need a retopology proxy mesh that is super dense. The only thing it's going to do is slow down your computer, bloat your save files, and make it a lot more difficult to work with the retopology file. So I think this is good enough. I have all of the information that I need. So this is going to get sent over to Maya. Nope, not save as. I'm going to export this as a OBJ because I only need the geometry information. Now you don't see this on stream, but for like the next step is going to be intense in terms of moving from ZBrush to Maya and from Maya to Marmoset Toolbag or whatever other software that you're using to bake. So it's a good thing to keep it's a good practice to keep a folder hierarchy where everything is labeled properly. So on my computer, I make a folder that is purely called decimated objects. So whenever I need for example, I need more information from like a model that I decimated too much. Okay, I know that in that folder, that is where everything is saved. If I were to redecimate something, I export it back to that folder, and then in Maya I know where to look, rather than have everything in one huge folder, because at some point you're going to end up with hundreds of objects and you don't know what is anymore. So I'll just call this body merged decimated. Minor spelling mistake. I'll just rename it real quick. And this is where I also have to start wrestling with OBS and make sure that I go into the proper... if I click this button, abracadabra. Cool. So we're back in Maya. As you can see up here, oh, well you can't, it's cut off. This is the Maya scene where we did the body sub D modeling. So for the outline, there's a lot of stuff that we no longer need. Let me just make an incremental save. Go to version 3. Let me just quickly. This was for a turn-on presentation. Just quickly get rid of all the old information that we no longer need. That's empty group. It's old. Right corner demo. No longer need that. We have a whole lot of. Yeah, no longer need that. And the pre-stream test, yeah, no longer need that. So I just have this because a lot of this topology can still be used on our current or for the next step. So again, due to OBS's capturing methods, it does not show all of the submenus. So I can go through all of these menus. Unfortunately, Stream doesn't capture it. So if anyone has any questions about like what buttons are you using, what are you doing in Maya, could you please explain? Feel free to speak up in chat and I will do my best to answer this. Okay, so import, we go to assets, decimated folder, and we bring in the, again it says here body merge decimated, and then it still has a suffix to it. The way to get rid of suffixes is, what's it again? It says, I've done this plenty of times. Right, sorry, namespace editor. On the namespace editor, you can then choose to delete it, and then you say merge with root. So that'll get rid of the, sorry, it's a prefix. And we'll just call this Hyena, or rather, we know it's in the Hyena folder, so body decimated. Export. Okay. So here we have our decimated model. And the previous low poly still adds up quite a bit. We made a few tweaks, and now we have to add things such as the gauntlets, the pants, and we also have to redo the toe beans, or the toes. But we already have quite a significant chunk of our work thanks to the previous step. So what I can do now is turn this into a live service. For the people that may not have been there previously, Maya uses a method called turning something into a live surface, and then if you pick the modeling toolkit, you choose the quad draw, you start drawing directly on top of your model. And you can see it magnetizes to the model and does its best to respect that surface that is underneath it. And now this is where you start spending the time to make the topology that'll fit your character. This is where you start making the low poly. Now this is a wildly versatile topic. Retopology, a lot of people ask for automated retopology tools. Some tools get pretty close, though the best topology you will always get if you have a human looking at it and asking the question, why is this here? Like, why is this edge here? What surface does it, what purpose does it serve? And like, does it need to be there? Because your topology should serve either, like, at its foundation, it should serve either one of two purposes. Number one, it should be there to maintain silhouette. So if your character is very like has a very sharp silhouette, For example, these shoulders that move out, and then we have like a little bump of the shirt that goes like this, shows thickness of it. You can choose to put an edge there, and the purpose of that edge is for silhouette. Now, another reason why you might want to put topology somewhere is for deformation purposes. That's where you get to things such as the elbows. If you do not have proper topology here, either as in not enough or the flow is suboptimal, when this character moves and bends their arm to like swing the axe, that elbow is going to not deform properly. It's going to collapse on its silhouette. So the solution to that is to have better topology over there. There is no thing such as this is the best topology that should be applied to any character ever. That is not a thing. Don't try to find perfect topology. Every character, every project has different requirements. If you have a basic character for VR chat that only needs to do like walking and standing and like waving hello from time to time, you can get away with far simpler topology for the animations, as that is like, that's what that model is made for. Now, if you were to make some sort of character that has like an adventure game where they need to run, they need to climb, they need to fight, they need to do acrobatics non-stop, then that character is going to have a lot more animation and deformations than the other use case, so you're going to need different topology for that one. On ArtStation, there is a post about Kratos from God of War and how they did like all of the muscle deformations, because Kratos is one hell of a bulky guy, and all of the skin sliding, like when he like inhales, when he like when he swings his axe, when he punches someone, like all of the detail that's in there, the topology required for that is absolutely different than a character that you would need for something like The Sims. So keep that in mind when you're making your character. Ask yourself, what is the purpose of this character? What do I need? Alright, I think that was enough lecturing. Let's see what we can reuse from our previous version of this character and then start adding towards it. Okay, so I'll just keep it back up. So back up and I'll hide it. With this one, for the purposes of this retopology, again, clarity for both myself and the viewers, I'll turn off the colors with this little override button here that's called Use Default Material. The only thing it does is it gets rid of the colors for the moment. So we'll just be looking at default gray rather than our color bands. Okay, so let's see what we got. Can I? Okay. So the first thing that I'm looking at is going to be the torso. And the first thing I notice is how like the rib cage has quite a silhouette to it. Like that is a massive plane change as we go from the ribs to the abdomen. And you can see that we have polygons over here that are they're having trouble keeping this line. So what I would like to do is change that topology a little bit, give it a bit of a diagonal. What I would like to do is have topology that runs... can I draw on my own model? Is that like a grease pencil? Blue pencil. Oh, I can't. So what I'm looking for is like topology that can run like this. Rather than just have straight polygons. Okay, this tool is pretty neat. Can I? Okay. This is a neat tool. Clear frame. Okay, cool. Didn't know Maya had this feature. Okay. So I would like to have topology that runs like this. Can we make this a little bit glossier? Turn this into a blend. I was kind of hoping that, so I want to have like something of a little highlight that I can follow my eye along with. But if that's not possible, then that's also fine. Just could have sworn that if I were to put Lambert. Nope, nope, don't delete it. Whatever, we'll just keep it standard surface. Okay, so what do I want? I want a diagonal that runs over there. So Quadra, other polygon cut tool. And I'd like to have something that goes like this. Probably up till here. And then not just a singular edge, I would like there to be like a row of polygons. So I need to be careful not to give myself too much rope, because otherwise we're gonna get lost. For like, also, we will be having triangles in our model. Triangles are okay to have, as long as they're in the proper places. Like the whole notion of, oh, your model must not have a single triangle is once you know more about retopology and its purposes, how do I say this carefully? I think it's bad advice. Like you can absolutely have triangles in your model, but you just need to know how to use those. Now this is also probably where I get a bit more quiet because this is where the brain power is required. I'll do my best to talk. Again, if anyone has any questions about retopology or why I'm doing a specific thing, let me know and I'll do my best to answer it. And we are going to try and keep it as symmetrical as possible from the start. So I'm gonna look at marks such as, okay, here we have a shirt that has like a natural border. We'll put this one here. Let's see, got grease tool again. So we have some shapes that go like this. I've seen some people put topology that like really follows this flow. And they'll like cap it off like this. To like really have that, what do you call it? Like this is latissimus dorsi. I'm not quite sure how pronounced our animations are going to be for this one, so I think just having horizontal quad loop, horizontal rings is going to be good enough. But again, there will be test bakes later on, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so these legs are... We put all this effort into making sure that we have like nice hip topology, and now we have a pair of pants over it that no longer require it. So yeah, it's not wasted. We used it in the sculpting stage, but for this stage it's no longer required, so I'm just gonna nuke a bunch of them and then get rid of it. Like again, we have a backup, so we're not getting rid of it. Like we have a backup which we will keep, but for this new body, we don't need it. And this is where we start implementing new things such as this belt. Again, I'll just start by putting an edge on this border. It's asymmetric at the front, but that's okay. Make sure that our... okay, so this is what I mean with Maya is trying to raycast, like where you put it. So here we can see that we have, it's a bit difficult to see, but we have topology that sits in between this belt and, so here we have the lower stomach and the belt. Maya is trying to magnetize these polygons to the stomach rather than the outside of the belt. So that's when you really need to help it along and tell it, no, I want it on the outside. Which for a small thing like this, not an issue, but if you wrestle with this at every vertex, you will be slowing down your work by a significant amount, and in an office that is not a good thing. I'm gonna try and set this one to World X. So it is possible that we will lose symmetry to quite a degree, but that's fine because it's asymmetric to begin with. Okay. As for the pants, this is good. This is immediately gonna get messy because this is about the most asymmetric as you can get it. So the first thing I'll do is again, simple block out. And again, we keep our center line. I'll just, for starters, make a symmetrical version of it first. You can always break symmetry, and if I did it properly, the back of this model should be symmetrical, which I did on purpose, because we do want to make it as easy as possible for ourselves. these, we don't need these. This is where the asymmetries, the legs is gonna be slightly hindering, so I'll put this one down. This is where I start going all over the place a little bit, so please bear with me. Again, do this without auto weld because it just tried to weld a vertex. Sometimes the retopology tools get a little bit quirky. That's okay, you get used to it. If all else fails, you just remake it. Like, don't sweat it. Okay, so what do I want? I want to simplify this one. We're going to turn off decimate, and for the pants, we're going to do the same trick as that we did with the body, which is just model out a topological, like model out the topology that you want. It's symmetrical, and then you snap it into place. What do I want? I want one with rudder. These, and then these are gonna be the, you call it, like the leg pipes. One front, one side, one inner, or one back and one inner. This is about as easy as we can get it. Set it to 0, move it up, scale it down. And then just move it into place. So all of these faults are distractions. We don't need to worry about them at the moment. We'll just make sure that we have that the topology there first. With the cutting tool, we can add as many folds to it later on, which is what we will do, but for now I just need a symmetrical start. So this is all that I want. And this one's going to be here, here, and here. Now we add more. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, and 1, 2. For starters. So here we have a pretty heavy crease fold. modeling, multi-cut, just cut it in. And again, I'm being mindful of where I put these triangles, as I keep in mind where major deformation is going to be. If I were to do this, technically these are quads again. Okay. And then again, on the topic of why are these edges here. So later on we will have to flatten this model to put pixel information on it, such as a diffuse map, which is the colors, normal map for lighting information. And it is impossible to have your model be without texturing seams. Like, you need to cut your geometry in some shapes or in some places to flatten it out like a piece of cardboard. Those texture seams, you probably saw them in video games where you'll look at it and then notice that pixel information does not line up and it doesn't look pretty. That is known as a texture seam. That is where the artist did not manage to hide this little technical tidbit, and it kind of breaks your immersion. It quote unquote lowers quality, like it didn't need to be there. So what you could do is try to put them in places where you will not see them, such as, for example, if your character is always shown from this side, because like it's an RPG game where you'll always have the character be on the back. It's where you can hide your seams at the front, like on the inside of the leg, bottom of the arm, or on the side of the torso. Because again, from this perspective, like you don't see, you are less likely to notice it. But now also in real life we have actual seams. If you were to look at your clothing, if you look at your sleeve, same principle. On normal shirts or things with long sleeves, the seam is not at the top. At the top it is a nice continuous surface with a pattern on it. It's at the bottom is where the seam is. So if we follow natural seams, such as over here on the side of this pair of pants, we actually sculpted in a seam. So we're going to place an edge there, so we can use that later on as an actual UV cut. The textures will not line up, but because of the position, people are gonna say, oh yeah, that's normal, that's supposed to be there. So having little tidbits like that is, it helps you keep your quality high. So the same for this one, we'll put them here. People will not read it as mistakes, people will go, oh yeah, that's supposed to be there. Okay, let's see, I'd like to keep them as quads as possible, so I'll add one more here. A little bit of soft selection to smooth them out. And again, these folds, we'll add them later, because the first thing I need to do is make sure that these pants and this body line up. So if we look at the original body, that has 32 loops. The pair of pants is 28, so we're gonna need to find a few more. So we lost symmetry a little bit here. Let me see if I can quickly fix that. Let's see, detach components. I'll just mirror the entire thing. So we have 32 here and 28 here, so that's something that we need to fix. Hey LabCode, welcome on in. We are doing the retopology today. So let's see, where can we probably want another one on the center loop. Because again, when this character is going to be kicking, you do want to have enough topology there where you don't notice a whole lot of stretching. Then, let's see. Let's have one more run down the front and one down the back. So 36, 32, okay. So then how about we don't do that? 32, right. Right, because this is over the center line. The one that we add at the front is also going to be there in the back, so now it makes sense. Cool, and let's combine these. Bridge. Bridge. Now we can select the others. Just bridge the entire thing. Okay. Smooth it out. Oh, that was a reduce. Let's not do that. Do be sure to save your work from time to time. Okay. Alright. And then over here we have the leg. Okay, I'm not sure why it tries to magnetize to that. All the way up top. Okay. Okay, so this is one of the first areas where we go, okay, we put a sub-D model, we didn't really need like a whole bunch of like we just need a sub-D topology. Now we need animation topology. So if I look at this knee, this does not have enough information to hold that knee silhouette. So we're gonna need more. Oh. We come to mess up your model. Oh no. Lupus at Volpus, thank you very much for the raid. Let me give you a quick shout out. Yeah, welcome on in. How are you doing? Or what were you doing? Last playing art. The weird people are here. Great. Awesome. If you're here to mess up my model, do you make models too? Oh, sculpting furry stuff in Nomad Sculpt. Cool. Yeah, we are. So let me introduce myself. My name is Kenyon. I'm a 3D artist, 3D character artist, and I like to turn other people's 2D concept into 3D models. You can see some of my previous work up above me. And if I were to show you the high poly of the character that we've been working on, I can quickly go back to ZBrush. So this is the character, the high poly character that we finished. Let me enable some of these hidden things. Yeah, so it's based on this character made by Il55. So full credit for the 2D concept goes to Il55. I'm only responsible for turning it into a 3D model. And we are currently in the stage of retopologizing it. That looks awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. Nadaski, hey, welcome on in. If you animate 3D art, does it become 4D art? I don't know. I've never messed with time before. It's a bit of wibbly wobbly stuff. So yeah, now we're in the thick of it with retopology. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid. If anyone has any questions about 3D, I like to explain things to people if they're new to it. So if you have any questions, feel free to throw them at me. Otherwise, Lupus, if you're tired from your stream and need to do some post-stream self-care, feel free to do that. I'll take a look after your raiders. And we will continue on with retopology. Learning 3D sculpting for a month now. Ooh, nice. I'll have to check out your channel afterwards, see what you've been working on. Almost falling asleep on this 3D printer. Please don't fall asleep on those things. They're very unstable and that'll mess up your print. Where were we? Right, we were working on... we were going over the difference between what was topology that we use for sculpting. Yeah, 3D printers are massively expensive. Did you get a resin printer or a PLA? You'll have a Soul Quest fox on your head. Not quite sure what that's referencing. Bamboo Lab, X1C, 3 AMS. 3 AMS, I'm guessing those are material slots? Quest Fox is what Lupus... Oh, a small fox. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now I see the mental image. Okay. Okay, cool. Entertaining chat and doing retopology at the same time. I can do this. I'm a professional. Thank you very much for the... That is a very cute emote. Aw. Thank you for the follow, Quest Fox. Yeah, train of thought. Right. Lupus at Volpus, thank you very much for the follow. Aw. Quest is your wife. That's nice. E. I'm already convinced the two of you make a very cute couple. Animation topology. So for the knee, we're gonna need a little bit more topology than this, especially since this is such an angular shape. And what a lot of people tend to do is let's put in one more edge here, and then we can Screw the faces inwards. Something that a lot of people do is increase the density by giving it a loop like this. And then you'll also immediately have like a little bit of round topology that can hold this shape. Question, how hard is topology if you've never done it? My goal is to be good enough to make a VTuber by the end of the year. It is going to be as complicated as you want it to be. The core principles of topology are very straightforward. Number one, the topology must serve the silhouette of the character, so the shape of it. Or number two, it needs to be there for animation purposes. Outside of those two rules, there's a lot of edge cases. But as long as you don't make a character that's like 100,000 polygons on like the face alone, and then the rest of the body is also like where am I going with this? Don't make a toothbrush that's 100,000 polygons like that one game on Roblox did. Like, it'll cause your computer to scream and have game artists get aneurysms. There's a lot of tutorials that you can follow on YouTube that go over basic retopology tools. And if you sit down and slowly take your time with it, it's not as intimidating as a lot of people make it out to be. What do you think of quad remesh? Is it a good solution? Quad remesh, I imagine, is kind of like an automated software that does it. If I'm gonna hazard a guess, that might be good enough to get you there like 60 to 70%. For small static objects, it might work. However, for complex shapes such as a character's shape, where you really want to have clean loops, for example around the eyes, you can see that I have several loops here that are quite, like, they're pretty close on each other because these are the eyelids. When this character starts blinking, I do want the eyelid to move and not like a portion of the eyebrow. So I need to make sure that my topology is tight on there. A automated program such as Quad Remesher can get you like upper arm or like legs in terms of these are just long cylinders and I just turn them into pretty quads. That's fine, but then afterwards you'll have to go over the elbows, the knees, and you'll probably have to do the face by hand. Yeah, so it can get you there 60 to 70%, and then the last 30% is going to be manual cleanup. Also beware of spirals. So all of these are called loops. So they start on one place and they like it goes around the arm one time and then it closes in on itself. If you have a spiral, if I would grab this, let me change the color a little bit. Yellow, or no wait, is that yellow? Yeah, that's yellow. If you have a spiral, you have something that like goes down the arm. You do not want spirals. Like you want clean circles. So be wary of that. Okay, back to knee. Another good thing that you could do is look at other people's models. If you're active on something like VR chat, there are a lot of people that have already made models in the past that you can absolutely take a look at and then use them as reference. Some some are more aligned with what you are looking out of him. For example, in terms of complexity or density, and then use those as reference. Because again, if you want to have something cute and low poly, then God, my brain is just I lost names. Also, there's an ad break coming in 5 seconds. I'll talk more after the break, okay? As I try to keep my sanity on this one. Because I gave this character bandages, and I was kind of hoping that I could just slam them all into a normal map, though that might have been a bit too wishful thinking. So let me break symmetry for a split second here. Because this is all inside the pants, we don't need that. Symmetry on. Thank you for the infos. I will definitely make sure to come back more often, learn from you. I hope you have an amazing stream. I gotta go before Quest kicks your butt. She wants to go out and eat. Alright. And again, thank you very much for raiding in. It was nice meeting you, and absolutely I'm here every Wednesday from 3 to 6 Western European time. And then go have a nice dinner. Or lunch, whichever time zone that you're in. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. So for the knee, I added an inset to it. And I think this should be enough topology. So we have these for compression. Now we have this one for silhouette. If needs be, we can always add another loop like this. Yeah. And then we'll have to figure out how to do this with these bandages, because this is an asymmetrical element. And I'm still debating with myself on how do I want to do this. Because if you have a model that is a singular piece, skin is going to be easier. You don't have vertices that slide on top of each other. You don't have things that can accidentally start clipping through each other. And some of these bandages are pretty skin tight. In terms of like, look at how close this thing is sitting on here. If we do the skinning improperly, you're going to see that clipping through each other, and then the illusion breaks. So I'll have to think on this one for a second. Now, as I've done over here, I just smoothed out the topology, and if we were to look at it without the high poly, it's pretty flat. But I think with a normal map, we can get like 90% of the way there. We may have to add some triangles. For example, over here where we may want to have a silhouette cut, or add this one because this is like one that sits a lot looser on the others, where we can add small little cuts like that afterwards. That's going to make the silhouette pop just a little bit more. And those are the type of artistic the type of choices that you can make that can elevate a model to the next level. I think that sounded pretentious enough. As for these are easier because these are concentric bandages. So we'll just put a loop on it as they are. And normally I would also do quick little normal bake tests from time to time. Though as we're currently live streaming and I'm not quite sure how Marmoset is going to impact performance and swapping between scenes constantly, for this stream I'm not doing it, but for future streams that might be also like something interesting to see. We're still in symmetry. And we can like add little edges like this. And now suddenly we have a silhouette. So it actually goes like outwards, inwards, and it may not look like much, but these are the type of things that will have a lot of impact in terms of like how the light catches the model later on. I've had this on one of my previous models. It was a character that had like a scaled vest. And on my first attempt, I made all of the scales just as normal map. I was pretty proud of it, but then I asked a couple of industry professionals like what they thought of it, and they said that it looked flat and to try add a couple of geometry cuts to it so that it will... all these little cuts help calculate the lighting just a little bit better, and after I put their feedback into it, it had a lot more depth, it looked a lot more convincing, and the art piece looked a lot better. So now I'm going to try this with this character as well. Because again, if we were to look at our technical information, this part that we have selected here is 11,000, and it's already quite a lot. Like this is basically the entire outfit, or rather this is the entire body. What was the number again that I said at the start of the stream? Like around 70,000, because that's the... oh, let me check one of my previous files. I want to see how high poly that one was. If you look at the slideshow up top, it's the bird that was concepted by Neskane. That model turned out to be 52,000 triangles. So we'll see what the poly count of this one is going to be. But I'm not expecting this to go over 100,000 for the body. Maybe if we add the X to it and a couple of effects. I'm not intending for this thing to be like super dense. Right, so here, especially on a shaded view, you can already kind of see, especially if I turn it in silhouette mode. Just those few extra edges really sell the, like, hey, there is stuff going on here, there is silhouette. Which make it more believable. Especially, it adds up, is what I'm saying, with a lot of words. Okay, so for the feet, I probably want to get like a few more polygons, especially since this area is going to have to deform a lot more now. So I'm going to add a few more edges to this. See if I can grab this edge of the bandage as a silhouette. I'll have to talk to the rigger later on to see how much of these bandages I can model in before it gets problematic for things like skinning. Because I feel like these are dense enough, and if we can put in a couple of triangles just to have that silhouette slammed in there, like trying to find the sweet spot between topology without screwing over the animation possibilities later on. Okay, so here we have the beans. Just move these over a little bit just so that they're splayed as well. Make sure I don't accidentally weld any. Now we'll just smoothen them out a little bit. Oh, we do have to make sure that we don't actually accidentally slide. Like, again, the principle of we want our center line to be on the center, which is this line. I'll have it line up with the claw. Smooth it out a little bit. It is a bit of, like, it is a, how do you say this? Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to phrase this. Just gotta make sure that the polygons are done properly, so we'll add another loop. Because I can, whenever I'm smoothing them out, I can feel that they're getting pulled into the wrong directions. We'll just add another one. Especially down here. I don't imagine that we're gonna need that much topology, because okay, even though we have like round beans at the bottom here, I think a lot of them can just be done in the texturing. As long as we just keep them simple. Okay. Here's something that I see a lot in VR chat, is where they keep the nails separate. And that's a valid choice if you, for example, want to have a blend shape of I want my claws to be retracted, so you just have like soft hands, or you want to have like a blend shape that makes them into larger claw-like, and if they're merged with the body itself, odds are the fingertips themselves also going to get blown up. So that's when people make them separate, which is completely valid. If that's your use case, then you do that. I prefer to have all of these elements to be watertight, so like make them part of the body. Just so like I get a cleaner bake out of it. You always see a little bit of geometries clipping through each other, especially if you have stuff like hair tufts at the top of the head. You will see a hard edge where the body and the clipping element goes through each other. If it's solid, you don't see that. I'll just give it a very... Oh. I feel a sneeze coming and then it left. Let's see. And again, these can be triangles in here, so we'll just cap the bottom off with a triangle. And these are quads. And then same here for the top of the nail, these can be triangles as well. Okay, that's one. So the others. A minor, what do you call it? I wish this was different, is that the middle toe has two edges that run down length, which gives like a nice even spread of tension. This toe has only a single center line, and like we have these polygons pulling, and then we have these that are a lot like this side of the model is a lot more relaxed than these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Than these 12 polygons trying to hold on. So I might have to find a different way for the topology over there. And since we no longer need to have a headache of, oh, I want all of this to be quads for subdivisions, now we can just smack in triangles. And again, triangles aren't bad. It's fine to have triangles in your model. Let's see if we can do something about this. Because again, they need to come from somewhere. So if we do something like this, we've already... Let me get rid of this nail again for a split second. Oh yeah, I'm doing this with history, so I should probably turn that off, or was it Control Shift D? In my or is it right? Is this little checkbox? This one saves your history. If you toggle that one off, you no longer save history, because every vertex that you create or every edge slide that you add is a history state. So I just felt my computer get slow a little bit, and that's because it had like 1,000 history states it was frantically trying to save each and every time. We don't need that. So now I'm just doing it without. I just need to make sure to turn it back on when I start working on other projects again, because working without history is a bold move. Because that means you have no undo button. And that is very scary.
Small businesses, telephone communication is still a kind of groping in the dark.
Hello? Hello? Who's this?
But now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system from AT&T. It's incredibly easy to use. So if your business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system and put an end to it. AT&T, the right choice.
Just trying a few things now. Because again, I want these toes need to have a little bit more density, and otherwise they didn't feel right. Like something in the back of my mind is telling me like, hi, this topology is not going to work. So we need to give them a few more so that we'll have this clean loop. Yeah, like we did not have a clean loop near the like where the toe is extruded from, which was most likely going to give issues with deformations later down the line. So now we have this loop, and now we can close them off. Center line.
Business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system. Now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system from AT&T. It's incredibly easy to use.
we could just triangulate. Just a couple of triangles there, no worries. I do want these triangles to all end up on the same edge. Ad break starting in 3 minutes again. Okay, we'll add we'll add the claws to it again. Get rid of these. Smack a triangle in there. Because again, it's going to be this small, so maybe we can just fuse it like this. With the whole, keep in mind how big the element is going to be on the final character versus how much polygons are you actually willing, how many polygons are actually required to keep that shape if we look at the distance of the camera. make sure that first gear for the tip. And this one on the apex. Alright. Last one. Okay. Let's add this element real quick. So we can turn off symmetry, because this is asymmetrical element. I'll try to keep quads even in the beginning. I'm fairly certain that this is going to require a couple of tricks, especially once we get like down here. But for starters, we block out easily. So also, let me check this leg real quick. This thing is 18. And these pants are 16, so we're gonna need to we're gonna need the magician to vertices out, or 2 edges in here somewhere. Or we could get rid of a section, which might actually be better. It's like, it is getting a little bit dense. Right. 2, but that's because I'm both. So yeah, 16. Alright. 16, 16, 16. Cool. This one's currently 11, so we're gonna add a few more. So again, keeping an eye on your... Hey Blue, welcome on in. Readability is going well. We're focusing on the lower body first. And we are counting our edges so that hopefully everything will end up nice. Because that is... just keeping an eye on how many edges that you have in some places to have elements line up later on. It's a small... what do you call it? Like a small mental check that will save you a lot of time later on. So yeah, just count your edges from time to time. Right, so here we have them all merged. Gotta make sure that they follow silhouette. Yeah, how are you doing? How have you been? Doing alright, trying to lip sync for an animation right now. Ooh, cool. Lip syncing is a challenge. is going to be the border. Again, silhouette check. Something is slowing down my computer. Oh yeah, I'm also seeing a couple of drop frames. I'm gonna turn off ZBrush for now, because I think... Oh yeah, it's from time to time it's trying to autosave. So I'm gonna save this real quick, and after that... Oh yeah, it's having some issues. Come on. Alright. And then this is the decimation file. Alright, I'm gonna close ZBrush because that is eating a lot of resources. Okay, that's a lot more smoother. Decided to animate an ad for a visual novel that you're working on. Also decided one of my guys should talk for a minute straight. Oh boy. Also, hey Debrinator, welcome on in. Yeah, lip syncing takes a lot of time. Lip syncing for an entire minute? Good luck. You bit of a big piece. Oh, it still doesn't like that. Why? I'll have to look into that later. Because like I've worked on denser models and it never started to like not really chug, but like I can notice how some of the things aren't as smooth as they should be. Okay. Let's shoot back up. Objects. Let's look at the shirt again. Like I'm kind of jumping from place to place now. Mainly because okay, we've worked on the legs. I've made some decisions. I need to let my brain cool down on some of those decisions. Let it simmer in the background, so we'll hop to a different area now. Now you get stuff like here, where we're at the shirt. I would like to have a hard edge on the shirt here, so let's kick one in. So again, the whole edges need to have reasons to exist. I'm putting a few on borders such as the clothing. And I'm thinking of making those UV cuts. So that being the reason as to why they're there. This one down. Let's put another one in. because if we put them in real close next to each other, we can get that nice sharp silhouette bump that I want. Where it's not just a mushy, oh yeah, it flows from one to another. Hang on. Where it goes from like a smooth, oh yeah, it flows in. Like, no, I want here's the shirt, and then it cuts down, and then goes into the arm. Like, I want that silhouette cut. It's a struggle. I'm going through the basic pass first, and I'm going through it to give him more personality. I'm not quite sure how relevant this advice will be because I have no idea what you're doing, but one thing that I saw the animators do at the company I used to work with, they recorded themselves for like lip syncing, for like that. They recorded themselves saying the lines so they could see their own lips move. But then they would also have a take where they would put their fist against the lower jaw. And then as you're talking, your lower jaw also goes up and down. But if you're only looking at the lips, that may not always be the most visible. So by putting a fist gently against your lower jaw, and then just let it go up and down, the movement of the lower jaw becomes a lot more apparent of like how much it goes up and down. So if you're using that method of like making your own ref by recording yourself, that might be something for you. Again, like this is on a what's the word I'm looking here? Grossly assuming that like, oh yeah, this is how you're doing it, so let me give you a piece of unprompted advice, which maybe I shouldn't do. Okay, carefully smooth this out. We'll add the shirt. With the smooth brush, I'll just let it come up a bit because technically it's still sitting on the skin underneath. And we'll see. So this edge I definitely want to have on the, like, I definitely want it to be here because that is such a sharp silhouette change. Okay. This is something I'll have to probably reconsider. This character has such a, like, his clavicles are like a bicycle steering wheel, and there is such a, like, there is this negative shape. Like, so here we have palms that go up, and here we have the collarbone, like this shape. And these are all like outward facing. But then down here, this is all like pretty much negative facing. Like this goes in. And currently all of our topology just kind of runs over it like whatever. I'm not really respecting it. And I wonder how much can run into the normal map versus how much, like maybe I should add a little bit of topology. Because again, if we look at the topology here, some of these polygons are fighting for their life. What is this shading? Like some of these polygons are not having a good time. So I may have to make a few adjustments to the topology here later on. But for now, for example, this small cut here, little indication of the shirt. This is going to let us make like a nice cut here. At least that's how I'm anticipating it. This is where we're gonna put the UV cut for. This is where the shirt is. This is where the arm starts. So that's why I placed this here. Like again, it has a reason why it's there. I'm not just putting it there randomly. Focus on the shirt. Okay, because the way that these polygons are stretching here, I'm not a fan of it. So over here we have these neck loops, which are nice, these are fine. Nice even quads. Here on the back we also have them, but here on the front, from previous experiences, I do not believe this topology is going to do well. I'll have to find a better way to do this. Yeah, the problematic is what we would say. It's, a small warning bell is ringing at the back of my mind. It's like, hey, this isn't gonna end well. So what is this? Must have accidentally duplicated at some point. Okay. So I'll have to think of that. Because if I were to think out loud, preferably we have some topology that goes like this. So here we have sternocleidomastoid. Just gonna go over the back. This is a We have like a little bit of a, what do you call it? Like the hyoid? Adam's apple. I could probably get in here like this as well. So again, it's little questions like this where automated retopology, it might give you a good result on this, but odds are it's not specific enough. Oh hell, maybe we should just terminate. Something like this maybe? So again, we have triangles. And if I place them here, like we have our clean loops for the neck. I think if we have the triangulation here, like we have these clean loops for the neck, now for the shirt it might be fine. Done this before. No, that doesn't make sense. No, we're not going to do this. I don't want to break my own guideline of like not putting any poles on the center line. I also feel like I can do a little bit something extra with this pectoral. Because one thing that I've had in previous characters a lot is like I did not have enough polygons running over the sternum so that when the character stretches their arm, let's say their left arm, the left chest is going to stretch out, but due to the low density, like the right chest also started to pull alongside with it a little bit. I was wondering, because I could theoretically do something like this. And like put a star here on the center line. I'll have to think on this one. So for now, I'll let it go. And again, we'll see how this goes. Let's patch this up for now. Yeah, because these are edges. They're coming out like this. Ah, topology is such a minefield. Very careful planning, very careful navigation, then things will go fine. But a couple of missteps and congratulations, now you're just running and screaming and like, oh god, why is it not? Oh, hey Marin, welcome in. Yep, we still have 30 more minutes to go. Yeah, welcome on in. This is getting denser and I don't like that. And also, where do these go? Ah. Oh, topology. Oh, where Yeah, I'll have to think on that. It's like, where do I want these directions to go? Where does the flow lead? Do we just solve it? Maybe. That's a triangle that we can live with. Okay, we're not gonna do that because that's when the bad things start to happen. Is this it? Is this what we want? What if we lower this one down a little bit? Nope, those are diamonds. We don't want that. I'm gonna split this section off because I really don't know why my computer is having such a hard time. Oh, hi Kofu, you woke up early by accident, but you finally get to see Kenya stream. Hi Kofu, welcome on in. What time is it over there right now? Like, please don't say something like 3 in the morning. Yeah, thank you very much for the 4 months. Wow, time flies. Okay. Grab this. Okay, so this is another reason why triangles may be not preferred, is because your selection methods get hindered by them. Uh, 3:30. Also, we're back from that break. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why my Maya is doing it a bit slow. Like, it's really not having a fun time with this one. I already closed down ZBrush. I don't have history turned on. I don't have history on the object. But just something is slowing it down. Maybe it's a memory leak. Just this once, I'll try rebooting Maya, so I'll save. Quick reboot. See what happens for stream. Not a lot. Cool, that's good. Yeah, okay, so rebooting Maya, it might be a memory leak. We love industry standard software. Okay, abracadabra, if I open up C now. Don't save. OBS, are you going to like capture anything in particular? Because like I rebooted it. Okay, okay. Let's see. Okay, that's faster again. Might have been a memory leak. Right. Okay. We don't need this chunk anymore. We'll just keep working on the main. Yeah, how are you, Kofu? If it is 3:30 in the morning, which is kind of ludicrous. But as someone who also gets up at ludicrous hours for VR chat, I understand. I'm going to... Okay. So the whole triangles aren't that bad. They are indeed not that bad. but they will mess with your selection opportunity, or like how you select things. So keep them to a minimum if you can, but sometimes you just gotta slap them in, and that's fine. You're snoozing again in a bit. Alright. Yeah, streaming is, well, we tend to go till 6. Since this is breed topology and like this requires a different part of my brain, like I'm not feeling tired at all. Maybe we can go a bit longer, but who knows how that'll go. Maybe we'll have like a crash in like 20 minutes. We'll see. And also some people are expecting a 3-hour stream and then like maybe they can't stay for longer than that, so I'll also have to think about that. Cool, so that's the neck fixed for now. I am going to put a huge question mark on these triangles here. Again, I'll have to talk with the rigger to see what they think of it. If they're like, oh please God no, this topology is not gonna work, then we're gonna change it. If they're gonna say, oh yeah, that's reasonable, then we can work with it. Fingers also there. Let's do these bands. And I know that they're also on this one. I'll just fix the bands on one side first. And we'll fix the other arm afterwards. Yeah, like you can put a triangle in areas that don't deform as much, and odds are they're not going to be a problem at all. But yeah, to then do quick selection sets or quick like loop selections the second you have a triangle. If it's all quads, Maya's programmed to just look at whatever vertex is ahead of it and then continue on in that direction. If you have a triangle, that direction gets broken. So that's when Maya's like, hi, I selected as much as I can, but then I got confused, so I stopped. So yeah, you will learn all of these things when you just continue making characters. Like you'll learn the quirks of your software package very quickly. Right, same here. Armpit definitely needs more polygons. Nope, that's my headset beeping for battery. Give me 1 second. Hello, hello? Okay, no, it just turned itself completely off to save power. It gave me one little bleep of like, hey, I'm low on battery. And then it just dies. So, we're on the wire again, we should be good. Alright. Man, we love technical issues live on stream. Let's see, how are we going to do this? I think I'm gonna throw this wire here. See what happens. And these can get pulled down a lot more. Just gotta make sure that these don't get too quirky. Oh, these decided to merge. We don't want that. You did some baking last night. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're also like virtually done with Retopo on your character, so normal bat baking? So I think I'm just gonna put some triangles in here. Because again, they're following the shape. They're really putting that crease of the armpit in there. So that's gonna hold on for deformation later on. Not baking from a high poly this time, just getting a standard maps and substance for color block up for getting it back in 3D code. Oh, nice. Yeah. So, 2, which is also going to give us here. Hang on, I'm getting some messages. Oh nice, those are some clean bakes, Kofu. Well done. Especially on the hair, you really had you really have the softness in there. Well done. As for triangles, yeah, I'm just looking at them, going, okay, what here? what can I get away with? Again, it could be that later on the rigger is gonna be like, what have you done? Why are you doing this? Get rid of him. So again, we'll see how it goes. So here on the back of the deltoid, we can see that the shape is being kept. Like we have enough polygons to keep the shape, but here at the front, especially these faces are getting pretty non-planar. But maybe I'll have to add another. I'll let you know in private, Kofu. So again, we're still figuring stuff out, so to on stream go like, oh yeah, this is the person that's going to do it, like they may not feel comfortable with that, so we'll talk more about that as we get closer to it. Alright. I want to have another polygon here. Because again, this deltoid might be like one of the craziest shapes that I've made so far. It is wild how sharp that thing is. But I think if we have this, looks like it's maintaining the shape. Okay, I think this is good for now. Here on the deltoid. Alright, and let's get these bands in. So again, I want there to be silhouettes, so we're gonna add a few extra ace loops, which will, as best as we can, like I'm no longer shooting for perfection. Like there was a time where I really wanted those edges to be on it perfectly, and I'd spend so much time trying to make it so, and the result for it were like negligent compared to someone who just did it quicker. and let the imperfections actually add a bit more character to it, so not that honed in on like it needs to be like perfectly on the edge. It's like, no, as long as it carries the silhouette, I'm fine. Hey Ruckus, welcome on in. So yeah, the whole finished, not perfect mentality, like really trying to get that in there, rather than watch a streamer try to line up edges just perfectly for like 20 minutes and then 10 minutes later change it all over again. Yep. It's like we're going for the silhouette look. If it looks like this guy has like those straps actually sit on the upper arm, then we're good. That's all we need. Make sure that these line up with where the band ends, or at least one of them. Don't worry about this end, like we can literally just remove the edges as they go, and then it'll not be there. I was doing this exact same thing with teeth yesterday, definitely fell into good enough to be good enough by the end. Yeah, I learned to not it sounds so harsh when you say it's a waste of time, because when you're doing it for the first few times you are learning so much from it, and that's good. But then after a couple of characters you're like, okay, I know I can do it, but I also know that I have a deadline and I shouldn't be doing this, so I'm gonna go for the not in a dismissive way, but it's the this is good enough. This will carry it. Let's see, now we have to model these pieces in. This I will do outside of symmetry. Also, I'm keeping an eye on the clock. 4 minutes. I guess we'll go into a little bit of overtime. Like I'm feeling it today. So the topology does not tire me out. I can work with this, so we'll go for a little bit longer. Okay, we sneak in a few triangles. Do I have water and food? I'm just making some very simple baked potatoes later on. I should grab a glass of water. I believe advertisements coming up in like 3 minutes from now, so then I'll stretch, get some water, and then we just continue. Make sure that things add up. again, just using the smooth brush to smooth it all out. Again, putting a triangle at the end. And smooth it out because we do want to have these. We still want them to be even. Yeah, advertisement starts in 3 minutes. Go get some water. Also, oh, you're doing sewing tests. Oh, right, cool. Yeah, because you got that job at the studio that makes suits. Nice. I hope it's a lot of fun to learn. And what are you gonna put in the potatoes? It's just gonna be baked potatoes. I'm gonna put some paprika powder on it. Like, very boring stuff. I'll put a paprika and onion. Like it's the bare bone Dutch potato. Yeah, it's so cool that you got a job there, Kofu. Because you were using Marvelous Designer for it, right? To like design the patterns. Yeah, cool. I'll send pics when I can. Alright, yeah, sure. As long as you're not breaking any NDAs, yeah, I'd love to see some pictures of it. I'm very curious to it. Because again, it's the fact that you're using Marvelous Designer for this, where it's like people that made it for like fashion design. And then artists going out there is like, hi, we're going to use it for something entirely else now, but thank you for the software. There was a company here in the Netherlands that at large concerts, sometimes they have these large inflatable props as well. And those get made with Marvelous Designer as well. Or rather designed before they go into fabrication. And I always find it hugely entertaining when people start using softwares for maybe not entirely the intended things. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, yep. Time to righteous, ladies and gentlemen. Advertisement started, let me get some water, I'll be right back. Alright, hydrated. Oh, let me put myself on the wire again. Okay. Just have to make sure that they're roughly equal. And at the same edge count, so from the base. So. Making a little cut like this for deformation later on, so we like have a little bit less stress on that polygon. Is this correct? Or rather, did I make him the same? I did not. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we'll check. That's getting there. So that's added. With these, we can get rid of these. And we'll just so this is where asymmetrical characters get a little bit annoying, because the shoulders are symmetrical at this point. The arms, we'd like to have them symmetrical. I can see a little collapse thing here. Alright, so we don't need this. So what you can do here is select the vertex and just average it out, and it'll smooth it out. Because it's like you want your characters to be as planar as possible. Go like this. Yeah, so things like this where it like kind of goes in and out, that is stuff that I try to avoid. So what you could do is, or rather, yeah, no, that just needs to get fixed. What happened here? I forgot the tool of the edge. Yeah, that's again, Maya is not grabbing my submenus. It's called Edit Edge Flow. If you do that, it will indeed look at the neighbors. For example, this one. This vertex is like pretty deep in there. If we select this edge and say Edit Edge Flow, it's going to look at its two neighboring edges and interpolate between those two and try to make it more, pull it more towards quad. It is such a nifty tool. Okay, now for this one, just use Edit Edge Tool a couple of times. And it'll try to, yeah, it'll try to make it as quad as possible. Okay, let's see. It's getting a little bit dense over there, but that's fine. Let's focus on the back a little bit. These polygons tend to get a little bit rectangular and we don't want that. It's 10 past 6. We can go for another 20 more minutes. I nearly said hours, but we're not going to do that. So yeah, we'll go a little bit longer. So maybe we'll get some new faces as we go outside of our regular time. 20 more hours. No, if I were to do 20 hours of retopology straight, a different person would come out the other end of that exercise. I want to do one gauntlet. Because it is the same theory as that we did with these straps. It's just that they're asymmetrical. So, like, if I get in complete and utter flow state, 20 hours of just character work, it is possible. I've done dumber things in university. Though it would require me to walk over to the store and get a single can of Monster, because yeah, Kofu, you were there the first time where I drank a can of Monster. You told me to drink half of the can, and then I actually accidentally drank the entire thing. I think that was... I don't know, at some point at like 5 in the morning I was still perfectly fine. Mariman, my serial killer side only comes out in like the game Murder, where you like get to run after people with a sharp candy cane. Don't worry about it. No, I don't think that one would come out at that point. I think like if you would have had me do retopology for 20 hours straight without breaks, I think a very analytical person would just come out the other end. Like seeing the Matrix. Baldur's Gate 3? Oh right, yeah, on Baldur's Gate 3, the playthrough, I play an evocation wizard that just fireballs everything. Also a lot of fun. Okay, let's see, we remove symmetry and we'll just focus on one. So we have a lot of these edges that we're gonna reuse. Gonna turn auto weld off for a second. If I were to... Yeah, I think it'll be slightly quicker if I were to just remove these and then put them back in. Because then they'll get immediately reprojected from the outside in. Yeah. Yeah, so for those, well, I think barely anyone here knows, me, Kofu, and Flyzik are doing a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. And it has very quickly devolved into an evil Dark Urge run. Do you know how short Baldur's Gate 3 can be if all of the quest NPCs keep mysteriously vanishing? Don't be sorry, Kofu. You are playing the Dark Urge to a T. Like I'm seeing gameplay, or I'm seeing storyline fallbacks of like, oh, this person's no longer around to say this information. Here's another person. It's like, okay, cool. So I guess this happens when this NPC is no longer around. It is very impressive on how Larian managed to give you all that freedom to just set fire to everything and then the main storyline not breaking. It is really impressive. They say mean thing. Kofu, you took out like an NPC because they were walking too slow. Though to be fair, that is the bane of a lot of escort quests. It's like, oh, please follow me. And then they either walk way too slow or they walk slightly faster than your walking speed. Both are aggravating as a player. I mean, it... not family and friends. I don't think those creatures have family and friends, but yeah, the... where we are now, like, entire factions have disappeared without, like, explicitly mentioning, like, specific story stuff. I'm just shaking my head at so many characters that are just not part of the story at all. Like, I am genuinely impressed about how the story is even able to continue on. Okay. For it, if polygons didn't start doing like the whole crisscross thing. So I have to be mindful of that. Yeah, currently we're running around Act 2. This is the shortest Act 2 that I've ever played in my life, or like of the... I'm a habitual New Game Plus starter, so I've done Act 1 a bazillion times. Act 2 like 4, maybe 5 times. Though I always play a goody two-shoe that will run up to everyone and be like, "Hi, how can I help you?" and then just extend my playthrough by another 20 hours. That doesn't happen when all of the quest NPCs are missing, gone, dead, or just left behind. Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is such an amazing game, but my god, it obliterates your free time. Okay. I don't like how... So here we have like these larger polygons, but then we have like a smaller next to it, and I don't like that density the discrepancy. So in that case, triangles. Just to see how this goes. Because again, this is especially on a circular element such as an arm, like you will absolutely notice it if there are suddenly a couple of faces that are far flatter than the others. Yeah, so now we just... Flyzik and I had our goody two-shoe characters narratively step out. We re-rolled our characters, and now all of us are basically... I think we have a neutral evil, a chaotic evil, and a lawful evil character in our group now, so everything's fine. Who's the chaotic? Make one educated guess, Kofu. Yeah, that was a wall swivel. Yeah, Kofu, it's you. You are absolutely the chaotic evil one of the group. Like, I'm just playing a wizard that wants to get more and more spells. Like, the last big spell that I found was Cloud Kill, which is amazing to cast. Okay, 1, 2. Just keeping an eye on the quads and like how stretched some of these things are getting. Again, ideally you want every quad to be as 1-to-1 ratio as possible, like without any shearing or skewing. Because that's all gonna happen during deformation later on. So if you already have a polygon that's like at its limit on how skewed it is, to then push it over the edge it's not gonna look good in the end, like presentation. Oh, Marin, you have no idea how many spell scrolls that I have in my backpack in Baldur's Gate. I am well, what do you call it? Like, I'm a spade archetype. I will check every single barrel just to see if I can get like a few extra loots, and if I found a spell scroll, I will save it until the final encounter and then proceed to not use any of the spell scrolls. So in Baldur's Gate 3, I've made it a point that I'm actively using spell scrolls. Because this happens to me in every game ever, where it's like, oh, I should save this like mundane healing potion until the final boss, and then you end up at the final boss at level 99, and it's like, hi, I have over a bazillion items in my inventory. I am very much the loot goblin in any playthrough. Yeah, so consumables are too precious to use, but then again, the Baldur's Gate 3 is very, what's the word? Nearly every merchant sells like between like, oh, that's not smooth preview. Nearly every merchant sells healing potions. So even if you can just use whatever. Like we're playing on normal difficulty. We can run around with whatever the hell we want. The only thing that's like, okay, should we use this or should we not use this are the haste potions. But now I'm a wizard that can just cast haste and it lasts 10 rounds rather than 3 rounds. So yeah. I am absolutely going to be casting haste on the monk in future episodes. It's like, we love something that can attack 12 times in a single round. Oh yeah, the minor healing potions. You will not be taking any questions. Oh, I think I have like... Okay, I passed them along the party, but I think collectively we still have over 40 healing potions if we like put them all in this pile. It's fine, it's fine. Like, we don't need a cleric. Okay, I will add a few more here at the wrist, since this is going to be such a high deformation area later on. And I'm thinking about keeping the wrist attached to the main body rather than just have it be a loose, like have it be loose and just clip through. Just gonna put it here. Also, advertisement in 30 seconds. Go stretch, hydrate, do everything that I'm not doing. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay. So I think a lot of it is already becoming visible. Of like the just temporarily put them next to each other. Gotta give the monk cocaine, tell him to go have fun. That's absolutely what you do with a haste spell. And I am taking care of myself, but I am also in the flow right now. And I will be going to bed on time this evening. Asterix. Okay. So, if we were to look at this overview, on the right we have a representation of our high poly. And on the left we have a low poly that's in progress. If we were to look at the silhouette, you can see that where we've already done the work, such as the legs, the arms, the bands, even like a little bit of the shirt where you can see that little extra edge. All of that is slowly adding up to make this character look as high quality as it can be, without it being, what was it, 50 to 60 million polygons. So this is what we mean with making a low poly for a 3D model. We create something that is, so currently we're sitting on 14,000 polygons. We still have quite a ways to go, because like we still need to do the other gauntlet, we still need to do the hair tufts. I should probably add a few more for the lips. We are absolutely going to... Excuse me. We're absolutely going to be triangulating here at the top of the head because we no longer need this topology, and this is a choice. But so far, it's starting to get there. Let's see, because over here we had 2, 3, put those are pointier. Here, I'll make sure that these. Okay, want to finish it off, we'll do the other gauntlet, and for this one we don't need to put in as much. Like this one's mostly wrapped underneath the skull. Oh, thank you, Kofu. Let's see. So again, symmetry off. We go again. I do have to make sure that, so I did some alterations on the hand, but it didn't go to the other one. So this is what I mean with working on asymmetrical elements. You have to keep a very close eye on the symmetrical elements so you don't accidentally end up with two like different hands or two different shoulders. My god, why would you ever want to skin asymmetrical hands? And then if you're worried about like, hey, there should be clasps on this model, like the buckles, because okay, so this is the choice that I tend to make a lot. Whenever I have smaller elements such as buttons, belt buckles, like ribbons, like a ribbon knot, like a bow tie, that just sits on top of a piece of garment or on top of the character, I tend to keep it a loose element and just make sure it sits directly on top of an existing vertex so we can transfer the weight from one to another to prevent sliding. Because if I were to model in these belt buckles inside, like make it a single solid piece, the amount of polygons and the amount of triangles that we'd be slamming in there just to make it work would blow up the poly count, so that's not what we want. Are you doing stylized PBR or hand-painted toon for this character? I really want to make it look as much as like I want to make it look as much as possible as the concept is, so we'll probably do hand-painted toon. Hey who, welcome on in. The project's coming along really well. Thank you for asking. I would like to really nail the hand-painted style. Mainly because from previous feedback rounds that I've had with companies, they basically every company said like, hi, we like your art, but your presentation could be far stronger. Like your material reads are not there. Like the geometry is stylized, but your texture work is PBR and it's sending mixed messages. We don't know what you're trying to do. This is confusing. Make a decision. Like either go all out on hand painted cartoony or go PBR. Like you can't do this. I'll try to walk both ways. Make a decision. So I'll be following that for this character, and we are going full-blown stylized. So I've had success with the bird gunner. That is like, okay, so the one that's above me right now, the robot tiger. That one has very stylized proportions, but the material read is like, okay, oh, see? The US folks are waking up. Hi Russ, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the 4 weeks. And Baboom, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, so the bird that's above me right now, that one's stylized rendering, and I got a lot of very good receptions on that one. All the other projects have the PBR workflow, and I'm not able to get like a good combo on those. So for example, the leopard tiger that's above me, or leopard mercenary that's above me right now, I got ripped a new one for like how stylized the geometry is, but then the material read being like off. So yeah, more stylized practice. Thank you, Ruckus. So yeah, I'm still damn proud of that project. It's when someone gives you feedback and we're like, okay, I like it, but it could have been better. Like, I accept this. Like, yep, there's definitely things that could have gone better. I'm still very proud of it. But if I were to, I'm tempted to just re-render it in Blender and use the, I forgot what the shader was called, but the one that I use for the bird. And then do a couple of light touch-ups, because the second you put an outliner on something, things pop so much more. Oh, Kofu, don't you worry, I will be approaching you rapidly multiple times over the coming weeks, because the second this character goes into texturing phase, yes, I will be requiring quite a few feedback rounds, because, like, for those that don't know, I have a form of colorblindness. There are some things out there that will be like, oh, that looks so cool. I have no clue what color this is. I wonder if the mixed stylized PBR looks as a little action figure-y. Like a stylized object made real, so it's good for us as a standalone piece, but for an art director looking for game assets, it feels out. Yeah, so the projects that I did with PBR, it's, you look at it and you go like, okay, you definitely know your stuff in terms of geometry, sculpting, retopology, like all of the technical stuff. But artistry is lacking. You look at it and you go, what are you trying to showcase here? Like, is it supposed to be a figurine? Is it meant to be something realistic? Is it a miniature? Or is it just like full-blown cartoon? And I think that's a really big thing that's missing in my portfolio, or just my skill set. My presentation is uncertain, and I'm not quite sure what I want to do as a final product, so I tend to do both. And that's when things fall apart. Thank you, Kofu. So again, for this one, it's a lot more, I wish to like go full-blown stylized, see how far I can get there, see how much we could potentially do with like a bold black outline. Maybe do some shader stuff, because shader stuff is magic to me. Again, I know what it does, but I have no idea how it does it, so that's another like skill issue that I have to, I don't know, put a word on it. Like, if you ask me to make a shader, I'll be like, I don't know how to do that. I don't have those skills. I'm like, alright, cool, I'll work on them. It's all math. Yeah, Kofu, guess what my second weakest subject was in school? Like, the second you put formulas in front of my nose, I'll go like, those are... It's... I'm getting flashbacks to physics, where it's like, hi, you have a hypothetical situation. You have an object that's going with this speed, and then the weight of it is this, and like, you need to make a calculation based on the information that you can like extract with other formulas, and stuff would start dancing in front of my nose and be like, I know what you're asking of me, but like how to get there is, I don't know. Like, that is not how my brain works. Or at least, that's not how it works, and like, I can figure it out if you give me a lot of time, but I can clearly see that this is not the focus of my skill set, or at least not for my like career choices. And then we became a 3D artist where there's a lot of math involved. Oh yeah, I loved chemistry as well. Then I got a different teacher that just flat out did not like me. So, I then had a teacher who just went like, okay, I'll just focus on the students who do seem to have like an affinity for chemistry, so I'm gonna leave you in the dust. It's like, okay, cool, thanks, teacher. Like, alright. It's, yeah, that teacher just straight up decided, I don't like you, I'm not gonna put effort in you, goodbye. And then I completed those classes with a 5.5, which is good enough, that's a pass. Oh, hang on, let me catch up on chat a little bit. It's all math, US history, was it geography? No, like my worst subject was chemistry, purely because that teacher legitimately did not wish to explain anything. Like, so I went from, I don't know how to explain this one in like English languages, but it's like, I came from a lower education and then I swapped to higher education because I wanted to go to university. So that means like, okay, if you want to go like at this higher level, that means you need to pick up a few classes that you dropped. Because if you're in lower education, you didn't need all of these packages. So at some point I dropped chemistry. Like, I liked chemistry, I was good at it, I had a teacher and she was like infectiously like excited about chemistry, and that like really energized the class, and we all had like fun and good grades and we were learning. But then at some point it was like, okay, you have to drop a couple of classes, and chemistry was like the least useful for me, so I dropped chemistry. And then 3 years later I have to pick it up again, so I have a knowledge gap of 3 years, well, 2 years. So then I have this new teacher in higher education. It's like, hi, here's a test as welcome back from summer vacation. I get a legitimate 1 out of 10. Like, I only spelled my name correctly on that piece of paper because there were formulas and words and like stuff on that quest where if you were in the higher education, you would have had this for the last 2 years. I had nothing of it, so I was like, I don't know what this is. And he just flat out went like, okay, I'll focus on the other students. So that was my least, I wasn't good at that class. Yeah, why are teachers like that? I don't know, he just wanted to focus on the people that did seem to have a chance at chemistry. Teacher in his last year? Oh yeah, we also had a teacher. That teacher was my mentor. The guy... Sorry. I'm still hugely respectful towards this teacher. Like, he did a top-notch job at mentoring and like assisting me throughout the last bit of school. But he was also resigning, so he was like, or not resigning, retiring. So at one point he was like, oh, by the way, I'm leaving in like a month, so you will not have a mentor for the last 4 months of school, and you're graduating, so good luck, thumbs up. And then he left, because if he wouldn't leave, like some sort of rule would kick in, and his pension would like have different rulings, something like that. So he was like, yep, bye. Your final was building a functioning catapult. We took it out of it just 10. Couldn't you have made a trebuchet? That would have been hilarious. Scary calculus teacher for help asked me halfway through the semester. She told me I should have come to her sooner. She can help me now. Yeah, so to have a teacher just stonewall you like that, of like, nope, you should have done it sooner. Like, hi, I'm a student. I'm here to learn. I learned how to I learned how to stand up for myself, and I'm now asking this question. Now, will you please help me? And then they just go, no. Like, okay. Bit harsh. Alright. Nope. We do not look at the UVs yet. Because, like, again, these are the current UVs. We don't look at those just yet. UVs are scary in this part. Also highly unstable and will crash your Maya. Physics class was interrupted by physics teacher being arrested for illicit material on his computer. Oh boy. Let's leave that kind of worms closed. Yeah. I wonder how many teachers out there saw Breaking Bad and were like, yep, I could probably do it too. Okay. So we got both van braces. I think these look good. Again, looking at silhouette. By the way, I'm doing this in Maya by just pressing 7, which technically takes you to the lighting. But if you have no lights, your object is just black, so it's a silhouette checker. I think for now this looks like a good point to stop. Though before we forget, I'm going to mirror the hands, because I did a little bit of editing on this one and like add another edge as opposed to this one. So before I forget, I'll get rid of this one. So we'll just select it, get rid of it. Nope, not. I only need one. Thank you, Kofu. Thank you, Ruckus. I'm happy that people are looking at this and find it interesting to look at. Because this is not the artistic, Oh yeah, look at how like I have an impressive something on my screen right now. So I'm gonna like sit in and look at this. Like this is getting into the more gritty technical. Like hi, this is also part of game dev. It is the less glamorous part. So I'm happy that I have a couple of people in here sitting with me. It's actually quite a few of you. Damn. Okay, so we extract the faces, so it's a loose object, and then we mirror. Oh. Set with history on. Where is it? History. Mirror. We go positive X. We can combine them again. Yeah, up. Go for why did you squish my emoji? I like watching Kenyon. I like the process. Yay. So again, this is the whole reason why I'm doing it. I've met plenty of people that wish to do this as well. But then in the ocean, that is the internet of just, hi, here's all these resources. Some of them are better than others. Let me jump into this ocean as well and like start doing stuff and have people learn from it too. So, yeah, if I get one person out of this and be like, hi, thanks to your videos or thanks to your live streams, I managed to make like my own character and I feel happy and proud of it. My heart will explode, and I'll go like, okay, this is all worth it. Okay, so that is merged. Thank you, Who. That's really affirming to hear. So yeah, we are going through the full process. Not like how some tutorials do it, where it's like, hi, we are going to work on this character and this is how we're going to sculpt it. And then you see them sculpt the first 5 minutes of it, and then they go, yeah, so just keep using these brushes and these tools, and eventually you'll come to something like this. And they smash cut to a finished sculpt, and you're like, cool. Are you gonna tell me how you got here? And then they just say no. It's the equivalent of draw the rest of the freaking owl. And I don't like that, so I'm just live streaming the entire thing. Yep, or in this case, because I did the math, it took 17 sessions to get the high poly, so 17 times 3 hours-ish. Or was it 18 sessions? We are currently on incremental save 18. 19. So yeah, the high poly took 54 hours. To put that into perspective, that is about a week and a half of like office work to get there. So for people thinking, oh, you can do this modeling in like a weekend, it's like no. This is a week and a half works. Yeah, try again. This is a week and a half works a week. I can't say the sentence. This is a week's worth, week and a half's worth of work. God, we got there. There. Shelly picks seashells at the seashore. I don't know if I want to start Dark Dutch on my own channel. Some people have it as like a redeem. They're like, oh, speaking your native language for like X amount of minutes. I don't know about that one. Also, we've reached the point where we are rotating around our character, so I think there's like one more advertisement block that's coming up, and after that I think we're gonna start raiding out to someone. Let's see what people are doing out there. Cool, I have some ideas. Okay, is there anything that we can like do in the last little bit? Definitely have to figure out a way to do these fur tufts. I guess I'll fix the mouth a little bit. Just as we're waiting for the last 3 minutes. We're not going to start the fur tufts today. Absolutely not. So I do think I want to have those fur tufts be part of the main mesh. Just because, again, it's a shader thing. I've seen shaders where it will get rid of the normal, or at least get rid of that hard transition, kind of like what Proto has on his model, where all of those tufts, they intersect with the model. And you don't see the seams. But the way that I bake normals and the way that I use PBR shaders, you will always get a seam there. So I need to find either a shader that'll do it for me, of like, hi, these are, whatchamacallit, it'll get rid of the normal issue, or I need to find a way to make my high poly seamless, and then we can bake it and it'll be, like, it'll work from there. What do I do here? I'll write this underneath the tongue. Okay, one piece of feedback that I did already get from like the person who's most likely going to rig it, like we need more loops on the lips. So we have to keep that in mind. So like again, lip articulation is a very big thing. We definitely want to make sure that we have enough polygons for that one. Yeah, so it works sometimes. I don't want to use a method that works sometimes. I want to research a method where I can comfortably say, hey, this is a method that I know and this is a reliable method. If we do this, we're gonna get good results. So I'm gonna add one more here that goes over the entire cheek line, because I want to have like a little bit more density over here. Like I don't want methods that are like maybe this will work. Like no, I need methods that will work. By the way, I'm totally using the rivals model you show me to base how I'm gonna do haircuts on the red I'm making. Which model did I show you again? Like, I think I have an inkling. Yeah, again, checking out other people's work to see how they did it. The same goes for, yeah, Rocket Raccoon. Same goes for watching how other games like just did their models, and it's a bit of a gray area. But looking at game rips, I'm like, okay, how did they make the 3D model for this game? And then you get that file and then you research it to hell and back. Alright. Let's see. Edit. Give me a quick check. I have to look at something real quick. Okay. I think I know who we're gonna say hi to this evening. We haven't raided him in a while, so I think we're gonna go say hi to Volpin again. It's been a while. Yeah, so the Rocket Raccoon model is insane. The way that they did the haircuts, the way how they did the diffuse baking, the shadows, and just to get that to look fluffy is extremely impressive, and I too am looking at that model to like just learn from it. Yep. Alright. So let's do like a little, I think this is, this one can get hidden. We'll do like a little before and after. So this is the sub-D model that we made for sculpting a couple of sessions ago. We're using this as a base to create our final low poly, and we are adding all of the clothing elements to it. And like, thanks to this step, thanks to this, like, let's call it an investment in time, we're having a lot of questions are already being answered. So now we just have to add the clothing and a couple of adjustments. But this is the progress of today. So this is, we went for 4 hours today, 4 hours and 10 minutes. Retopology takes time, but yeah, I can't speed it up with magic. This is where you sit down, this is where you do bakes, this is where you test what works and what doesn't. But it's getting there. Right. Great progress, thank you. Kenyon Smart Artist, Smartest, oh, thank you all. Smart, questionable, wise, definitely, because like the amount of mistakes that I've made over the last, I've been doing this for over 10 years now. The amount of mistakes that I've made, and then the stuff that you learn from it, that is the biggest teacher that you can have in this industry. Just make models, make mistakes, and then on your next iteration, do it better. Yeah, why hasn't Retopo been automated yet? We've talked about this earlier in the stream. Automated retopologizing tools, they are getting better, but they'll get you there 60 to 70% of the way. Areas that articulate a lot, such as the face, hands, to a certain degree, elbows, knees, and like spine movement, that still requires a human being. So it's an important step. Retopology is important to know, especially if you'd like to get a job in this industry. Oh, hey Lols, or sorry, Lolsifu. Welcome on in. Unfortunately I have to apologize, you caught me at the curtain closing. We will be raiding out soon to Volpin. So let me quickly grab their channel. So yeah, I'm sorry, Lolfu. We have been going longer for an hour, because again, retopology doesn't take as much energy from me as like artistic sculpting does. So maybe in the future we will have like a slightly longer stream again. But for now, let's do Sniper Raid. Make sure there's no minor spelling mistake in here. Alright. I would like to thank all of you very much for watching. It's greatly appreciated. It brings me joy to see people in here watching as I work and like saying that they're learning from it. If you have my emotes, we will go for the Cozy Raid. Let's see, Cozy 5 trade. If you have my emotes, feel free to use this as a raid message. If you'd like to see more of me outside of streaming, I have a blue sky. That'll be this one. And yeah, I stream on Wednesdays. I stream from 3 till 6 Western European time. So thank you all very much for watching, and I hope I'll see all of you again next week. Take care. Bye bye.